Hey rail fans and mountain railroaders. Welcome back to another episode of Getting Back on Track with Steve and Roxy Live. We've gotten a lot of suggestions about being more interactive in our live feeds. People are looking more to interact with the content of what we're doing. And most of the lives I've watched, you got somebody out there that's talking and interacting. I'm pretty slow at typing, so I try to interact with the typing's horrible. I'm hitting cap locks all the time and yelling at you guys. So we went ahead and invested in a microphone, and we got another webcam. So now we can set up our workbench and be able to do some work on the bench. And we can talk about what we're doing and be able to talk directly to you guys. So why don't you come along and join us? We're going to run some trains. I got a couple of boxcar kits I'm going to put together. I'm going to 3D printing a ballast tool. So hopefully we'll get a lot of you folks to join us, and we'll go ahead and have a good time there. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna enjoy running some trains and doing some things while we're waiting for some folks to join up. So hey folks, if you happen to stumble upon the channel, just jump up on the chat and introduce yourself. Let us know you're there watching, and we'll get started on some activities here. But you're more than welcome to join us and follow along while we do our work. Hi Lee, how you doing? Welcome to our live. So today we're just going to run some trains, have some 3D printing going, and I got a couple box cars I'm going to go ahead and build. So we've had a lot of suggestions. People want to be able to talk directly with us, be a little more interactive, and so we went ahead and picked up a microphone, picked up another webcam so we can set up a workbench and do work. We're really looking forward to interacting with you guys. So at the moment our printer, because I had to do some ballasting in our tunnel before I could put the top on the mountain, I had to do some ballasting through there. I was trying to do it with a spoon and some dust. I really had a hard time with it. So I saw on Thingiverse there was a tool for putting ballast in. So I'm going to go ahead and print one of those up today. And we'll give her a try down the road here and see how well it works. Hopefully it'll make it a little bit easier. JP, how you doing? Peter. Aloha. Go. Yeah, we're due to the whole mic thing, so we're just setting this thing up. Could be a little far away from the mic too. Maybe I can bring it in here. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Gotta make sure the direction's right. Let's see, that's gotta be facing me. How's that sound? Oh. Yeah, so the bench work we're going to do today is I picked up a couple of used kits, they call them. But this is a Southern Pacific 50-foot boxcar. And the other one I picked up was a ATSF Chief 40-foot box kit. So I thought I could put these together and see how they go. I've never built one of these before. So it looks pretty nice. You know, these Athearn blue box. So this comes with the, you got the shell, and you got the undercarriage here. There's this deck, boys. Seems a little flimsy, man. It's a little curved. So hopefully that stiffens up. That's got a couple of doors, some instructions, and a weight. That's everything in the box. We'll move the box out of the way here. There's also some packaging here. I assume this is the trucks.
Since I put a blue box together, but it was fairly easy to make.
Okay. So, this stuff is so tangled up on here. There we go, get that off. Got a couple of horn hook couplers, we're going to throw those aside. So I did pick up some 148 KD couplers. So we're going to go ahead and go over to those. And also this comes with the plastic wheels. And I've got some sets of Intermountain 33-inch wheels. So we're going to be changing those over. We're going to put some metal wheels on these too, so I'm going to get some of these out. So I want to slowly change everything I have over to metal wheels. So they run a little better, help keep the track a little cleaner. One, they got a brake wheel in there. Put this brake wheel out here, so there's a little spot for the brake wheel here. Let me go to our instructions. Let's see here. Well, it doesn't really give you any kind of order, but it tells you where everything is. Some things, looks like the rook block already installed. But all the ladders are in place. It should be pretty straightforward here. So our doors.
GP says, I agree, Steve. And no self-published grants.
Figure out how to get these doors on here. Looks like we're supposed to hook under this rail. Almost. There we go, there's one. It's not so easy to get these on. I'm afraid I'm going to break the little tabs. Okay. One on the other side now. Just got to shimmy them in there, I think. There we go. That one went a little easier. There we go. Okay, we got those on. Set that aside. Next, it's got to get the undercarriage. So I'm thinking it might be easier to get these couplers in place first. Then we can place these on. I guess it goes this way. I think this weight goes on first. Then this should snap into place. Okay, now that we put the weight on, these don't line up. There we go. Trying to be careful I don't break things here. Good plan. Let's get this thing on here. Hey, sure told I haven't done a whole lot of this kind of stuff, huh, guys? There we go. Okay, I think we're all in place. Now we get the car caddy out. So this is a caddy I printed off of Thingiverse, made it on my 3D printer. Okay, so we got our couplers fit into here. And then these snap-ons. Okay, here's one side. Probably have to touch this up here. These little covers are looking a little rusty. Guess that's why they call them used kits. Didn't line that one up too good. Okay. You can tell fiddly little things are not my forte here. There we go. It just didn't want to snap too well.
Do you need some graphite on the coupler?
I don't know. I've never heard of anybody doing that. I've never seen that. But it might not be a bad idea if I got, because this one here is not really moving well. I don't have any graphite. Okay, we'll set that up here and take a look at our trucks. I'm going to change these out. We're going to put the metal wheels on. So I'm looking here, these are insulated, so I got the insulation part over here. You can see the little black insulator on these. So I want to make sure to get those both on the same side. Just in case I ever want to light things up, I want to make sure I got the correct polarity. Take this one, insulator here, insulator there. Okay, there's one truck. We'll get the second one here. So this one's it. This side. So we'll have to on the opposite side this time.
JP says, if you've ever bought a coupler assembly kit, you have a small graphite.
Hmm. Yeah, graphite sounds like it might be a good idea. I noticed on this one coupler feels a little bit stiff and it's not really snapping well. This one's doing pretty good. The whisker's working. So it might help it a little bit. Okay, so the next step is to get our trucks in place. I'm going to do it this way. Okay. Uh, screws. Let's see what my other drivers might do better here. So tiny, it's hard to hold on to. So Phillips. That looks pretty good.
We've been joined by Highland Falls Trains and Eugene Price of Brunswick Train.
Hmm. Say that again.
We've been joined by Highland Falls Trains and
Hey, Highland Falls Trains, how are you? Thanks for joining.
Eugene Price of Brunswick Train.
Oh,
and
Eugene.
Farm Lover Videos.
Hey, Eugene, how you doing? Thanks for joining up. Everybody's just sitting there watching me fumble along with this boxcar kit. I've never built one of these before. Okay. That looks pretty good. I think the next thing I need to look at is putting in my, need to put the little brake wheel in here. Okay. I guess I'll need some glue for that. Got my little glue pad I use. This is the strangest bottle of glue. It always, I keep thinking that the thing's clogged, but it just takes a long time to get out this little nozzle. Yeah, see, there it is.
JP says, don't forget the brake wheel.
Yep, gonna put that on right now. Okay, so we're gonna put just a little dab. I usually use a toothpick for this. There we go. There we go, JP. Brake wheel installed. Just let that cement line up a little bit. All right. So the other thing we want to look at is our coupler height. So where is my coupler tool? In there. Hold on a second. I'll have to go get it. See, this is the problem. I got this big basement, and every time I need something I don't use often, I'm looking around trying to figure out where's it at? Where's it at? Let's see here. I've got some cases underneath here. This is the likely culprit. There we go. Coupling check tool. Let's see here. So what I've done to check my coupler heights, I just took a piece of 1x material. I had some old brass track, so I just went ahead and tacked this all down into place, put a bumper at the end. But now I can take and I can set my little tool. Tool's got another coupler on it. It's got this shelf here, so when I go up, I want to make sure my trip pin doesn't hit the shelf, and I want to use it to check the coupler height, and I can adjust the height of the car. So to do this, we just put it up on top here, get it on the rails. We're going to slide up and look. So it's a little low. So that means we're going to, also our box just came apart on us. So we're going to have to add some washers to this. And we're going to have to put that coupler on a little better than I just did. So first we've got to take the truck off. All right, let's try this coupler again. Okay, we're snapped in place. So I do still got some washers here. So these are 0.015 thickness and 0.010 thickness. So we'll go ahead and put a 10 thousandths thickness on there first. If I can get them open. And they're just these little.
Here's your chance to check for burrs on the coupler.
Okay, so I get this all back together now. Let's see if we're going to be a little closer this time. That looks perfect. That's perfect. So 1 10,000ths washer raised our height just about the right amount. Looks good. Okay, the other side should need a washer as well, because I would assume, yeah, you want to make sure everything's level. I would assume that when you raise one end, it's going to lower the other. So as we get this boxcar done, we'll take it in there and put it on the layout. See if it runs okay.
JP asks, were the stock wheels 36-inch replaced with 33-inch?
I think they're the same size wheels as were on it. The ones I had, I think, were 33-inch wheels here. Okay, one more washer here. Quick check. So the pin's hitting. So I'm going to have to adjust my pin here. So I do got some pliers for doing that. We're just going to give it a little bit of a bend here. I know a lot of guys, they'll take in, that looks good. A lot of guys will cut these trip pins off, and I suppose if I had one that was real problematic and I couldn't seem to adjust it right, I might be inclined to go ahead and clip one off. Last thing I want to check here is I want to check my weight. So my local hobby shop is a main line up in Springfield. They give me this here, and it's a weight chart. And it gives you the car length by and what it should weigh for the NMRA. So what I did was I went ahead and took on the board and I marked every inch and put the weights in there. So a car such as this, you put it on here. You look on here and it should be the length about 4.5 ounces. Is that right? Yeah, 4.5 ounces down here. That's a 7-inch car. That can't be right.
We've been joined by Montesville Railways.
Yeah, 4.5 inches is what it says, but that seems awful heavy. 4.5. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe I marked this wrong. This just doesn't seem right. It seems like an awful lot of weight for something this size. So let me get a tape measure. I'm going to measure this real quick. And I got one on the workbench over here. Hey, Bon, how you doing? Hey, I'm out going on the hunt for a tape measure real quick. Be right back.
Yeah, this one you can't believe it.
Okay, this car is 7 inches long for the NMRA. 4.5. I had it marked out right. It just seems awfully heavy. Seems like a lot of weight, but we'll give her a shot here. So I got this scale that we use in our kitchen, so don't let my wife know I stole it and brought it down to the basement. So tear it, set it to ounces, give it away. 4.0. So I really need to add some more weight to this. So I've got some weights that we use for balancing tires. They stick on one side, and that'll put us exactly at 4.5. So I wonder if I could do it just inside the here where I need to take this off. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to pop the shell so I can get it in there, because really I would think that you would want the weight more over the wheels. I'm not sure. Does anybody know about that, where I should be putting the weights at? Do they need to be centered up over the wheels closer, or could I just drop them in on either side of the door? Does anybody have an opinion on that?
Right over the trucks or centered in the car.
So I think I'm going to have to pop this back off. Hopefully I can do it without breaking something. I don't know. I think I'm going to drop them in the door. I'm afraid I'm going to break this shell or something trying to get this off, because it feels like it's snapped in there pretty good. So I'm going to try and stick them in just inside the doors kind of back a little bit, centered in the. Okay. Might help. Try using a. Okay, that worked. So we went ahead and used a pair of pliers, tweezers here, and I could stick it centered up and back out of the way. So we can slip that one in there. Tear up again. .5. Well, that's what it says it should be. That my other cars in there must be pretty light. So let's take this one on in inside and see how it runs behind one of our logos. Just excited.
Highland Falls Trains is asking about our favorite Southern Pacific liver.
Oh, I like those ones.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, when it comes to the Southern Pacific, which is really my favorite, that's the road name that used to run through my hometown town when I was growing up. It was always Southern Pacific down in Southern California where I grew up. The ones I like the most are the ones that got the bloody nose. I just think the, the, the black and the red, it just really sets itself off. It's such a perfect combination. I really like it. So that seemed to hook up pretty good. I went ahead and put it in the middle of the train so I could have cars on the front and back to see how the couplers work on both sides. The height seemed really good on it. So I think we're in good shape for this car. We'll have hopefully a good running box car. So that was kind of fun. That's my first ever kit I've ever built. So that was a little bit of learning, but not too hard to do. So we're going to have one more kit here. This one's a ATSF Chief 40-foot box kit. This is a little shorter one here. But this looks pretty good. I like this. It's got shows all the road on it. Santa Fe all the way. ATSF. So again, this is a used kit, so it looks like it's already installed the walkway again. And one of the doors is installed. In fact, they may have glued it because I can't get up to move. Oh, there we go. That's moving. So one of the doors is already installed. So I find it interesting they sell these kits as a used kit. So I would think the used kit would already be built. But, so it's the same here. We got the same undercarriage, the decking. This one looks a little straighter than the other one was. Yeah, here's the other door. And it does have the metal. Looks like it's bent just a little bit. It's got a little bend to it. Might have to see if I can straighten that out a little bit. Here's our same instructions. Steel and wood 40-foot box cars. So this one will go together just the same as the last one did. So I'm a little bothered by this because it seems like if I put this on there, it's going to bend the frame. It's going to bend everything. So I'm wondering if I should put it in the vise, try to straighten it out a little bit. Let me go over to my workbench and I'll see if I can straighten this out. Everybody talking?
JP says the bend gives it character.
Well, that's not
The
perfect.
that's up is pushing the train.
Is it?
Oh, but that's it.
It looks like we had an uncoupling. I've got a few cars in there I need to do some work on that just aren't running quite right. But Roxy's going to pop in there and fix that up for us. Okay, that fits right on. And then we put the undercarriage on. I think this time what I want to do is I want to go ahead and set this all up on here. And let's get a weight on it so I can go ahead and put any weights I need on the inside here before I snap it all together. Seems like it would make better sense. So we're going to have to weigh everything. So we put all this stuff on. Let's see, I need the couplers I'm going to use. Whisker couplers. Out of there. And we want to change the wheels out. That way we can weigh everything together here. Get her, Roxy?
All that.
That. So once again, I want to make sure I got these set up opposite. So if I ever, for some reason, want to put like an end of train unit on there, which I don't think I'll do because that came in after the era we're modeling. But you never know. Just seems smarter to do all things just in case you decide something down the road, because I've changed my mind plenty of times on this build. And then we're going to have this. So it shows 3.4 ounces. So this is about 3.5 inch card. So for the NMRA, it should be 2.75. So it looks like we add just one more will put us right about the correct ballpark here. So got this box of weights I picked up a while back. Okay, we're gonna put this one right dead in the middle. That's pretty close. This is pretty close. Okay. Get all this stuff back in. This so I don't start losing things.
Mom came and said hi to us.
Who?
Mom.
Hi, Jerry. Okay, see if we can get this little booger on there. Boy, getting these doors on, not an easy task. You got to kind of give it a little bit of pressure on it, but you don't want to do too much because it'll break these little things on the bottom here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the little clips on the bottom are so small, it seems like it'd be super easy to break those off. All right. Next, we want to go ahead and get this in place. What are you giggling about there, Roxy? What did I just hear? Something going on with the trains, is there?
So you got work to do. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mom.
Here we go. Hold on a second. It looks like we got a derailment. Where did we derail at?
I hope your mom's feeling better real soon, Mom.
Yeah, sorry to hear about your mom, Lon. It's it's always difficult. Our best wishes and hopes and prayers for her. And hopefully everything works out. She get out of that hospital pretty quick. Okay, so we got our weight on. So the next step is we want to get this doggone, get these couplers on. Well, nice. That one snapped right on. Beautiful. I got lucky. I really had to fiddle with that last one. I had a heck of a time with it. Well, they both snapped on real nice. Okay. Now get these wheels on. Hopefully, we won't have to adjust the height any. Yeah, should have some little Torx tips for these. It's much easier than. It just doesn't seem like it's screwing in. And it's not screwing out. Okay, what's the deal there?
GP suggests left hand.
Well, this one didn't want to screw in. It didn't want to come out. But it's like tight. Like the sound of that.
All right, something's up with the track. Dad's gonna check it out. Oh, the yes crashed.
So we lost the caboose. It looks like no major damage. It just popped off there. But I got some kind of a problem with the trip pins right here. This I'll fix later, but it didn't do any major damage. Scuffed a little up on this end. Oh, it looks like I broke a little piece off here. I've got it. But, another project. I want to check the trip pins on here because it looked like as it come across the bridge right there, it looked like the trip pins are hitting the re-railer once you get across. That looks good. Just want to make sure it's not the locomotive, but it could be the car that was right behind it. No. So if I was going in reverse, I'd have big trouble with this one. The pin, for some reason, is super low.
Mom says, remember that I couldn't see the lane or something. Remember that I couldn't stay last week because I was capturing footage of my local closet AMRA.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
The first of 2 videos is out Wednesday.
Nice. I'm looking forward to that, Bon. Keep putting these on upside down. So I'm not sure what changes on these because they were set just perfectly, working just fine. All of a sudden they're way off. Should do it. Okay, now we're clearing. Okay, so the loco's good. Let's check this boxcar real quick. That one's in. Okay, that one's good. That one's hidden. So what would cause these things to change all of a sudden? I'm not sure I understand that. Because they've been running pretty well all along here. I haven't been clipping in quite a while. There we go. It clears. All right, let's go get these back on the track and get the trains running again. That one piece of rail, Roxy,
Yep.
was that piece I cut out of a piece of flesh wrap,
Oh,
and it kind of slid out. I may have to come back and solder that side so it never moves.
yeah. Oh no. Train.
See that?
It took the portal clean off the nut.
It's going to arrange the chords, huh? It's going to leave that portal off right now on that side. Boy, when it rains, it pours. So last Sunday, we did our live, and I think we had one uncoupling in the first half hour. Then we ran and we went for 6, 7 hours that night without any issues.
It was a good run.
Tonight, it feels like it's one thing after another. I guess you just never know. So things change, I guess. All right. So I was in the middle of trying to get this one to go in, but I could not get the screw in. It doesn't feel like anything's stripped, but it won't come out either. I'm not sure of what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to get some pressure on this screw.
Lori Pearl is doing this in the chat.
Who?
Lori Pearl.
Lori?
Lori.
Hi, Lori. How you doing? Welcome aboard. I'm just over here messing up my box kit. I don't know what the heck happened here. This screw won't go in, won't go out. Not sure what to do with this.
Can you see that? Did we get that?
Yes. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. Seems like I should be able to put pressure on it to get it turning. It should start backing out, but it's just not. Finally. Just so happens I have a tap here. So maybe I can run the tap through. Well, the other kit was pretty easy. This one's giving me nothing but trouble here so far. Get on there. So I've got these 256 screws. I don't know if they're long enough though. I'm going to give one of these a try. Maybe a different screw will do it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not sure what the problem is here. I cannot get that screw to go in there. So it's kind of strange. So here, you can see here the screw fits down in there, but it seems like it should be able to screw it all the way down. But once it gets to this point, well, it screws in here. It screws in just fine here. That's good. We'll go ahead and run the tap in this one as well.
I'm just wondering if you have a small drill bit.
Yeah, that may be what I need to do here. This hole doesn't look very big on this side. So is it just me, or is it really hard putting these kits together? First one went so easy, and this has been just a workout. Okay.
Where the sky says you have an audience, it's supposed to be harder.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super easy when nobody's looking. So I think this hole is just, it's too big now. I think I'm going to need a bigger screw, because it doesn't feel like it's going in correctly. There's 256. Yeah, I'm going to need a bigger screw and I'm going to need to tap it out, or I might be able to use a longer screw and get a nut to go on the inside. It looks like that's about as far as I'm going to go on this kit for now, which is really unfortunate. Well, there you go. I guess I'm going to have to blame it all on you guys, because everything went well. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to have to do some thinking on this and doing a little bit of work to see if I can figure out how to fix this. I need Mon's MacGyver skill. Mon's always working on these old trying, old 50, 60-year-old locomotives, gets them going. And she's really got it going on there. All right, so that's those.
Mom says it's a quality control thing.
All right, well, I'll get all my parts put back in here. I suppose I could. I'll just go ahead and get all this put away. And I'll do some figuring out and doing some work on this and figure out how to fix this, because I like the look of the boxcar, and it'll go real well with the rest that I have there. I could dirty them up a little bit to make them look nice like the ones I have. But in the meantime, you can live in this box all by yourself. And I'm just going to go ahead and hang my head in shame and call it done. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. So there's another item that I 3D printed, this little parts tray. Really handy for when you're doing your projects and stuff, hold all your little parts. So I've got a container that I've been keeping all this old stuff in, and I keep thinking that eventually I might have a use for a lot of these little parts and bits. I even had this. I bought a lot of cars and locos on eBay, and for some reason this was thrown in there, even though it wasn't in the ad or anything, and I'm not sure what I'll do with it. Eventually I might run into somebody that's got the old steam engines, and they'll be looking for parts, and I might have exactly what they need. Who knows? So I've been taking all my plastic wheels and just, so I've got, those are the metal in the middle. So I've been hanging on to these, and I'm not sure why, because I don't ever see me use the plastic wheels again. I think the metal ones just roll much nicer. And they don't get your track as dirty, from what I understand. So, tap the drill. So I'm going to try and get all my stuff back where it goes so I can find it the next time I need it. Always a challenge. And this is a great workbench, as long as you spend the time to make sure you keep everything where they're supposed to be. It's a good workspace to work in. I like the neck board. I went ahead and built this when I was building my layout and working on the bench work. I went ahead and built this too, and the idea at the time, especially with the layout that I was going to do at that time, my idea was that this is on casters, and I could just roll it around to wherever I'm working. And it's got a power setup and everything on it, so it seemed like it would be just super handy. But because I enclosed the layout the way I did, I had to turn around and put it on the back side. But even the back side of the layout, this is a good workspace. I've got a big long table with got everything I need along here. This huge power strip, I can plug everything I got in. So it's it's a good workspace. But, yeah. Scrap loads. That's a good idea, Pete. I could, so I've got quite a few of them. I could be throwing them in for scrap loads. So,
Hello, Greg. Welcome.
Hey, it's Greg. How you doing, Greg? So it looks like our print finished. Roxy just pulled the print off. This is going to be our ballast tool. I found this file on Thingiverse, and I was putting some ballast in the areas where the tunnel is at, so I can put my tunnel liners in place. And but I needed to get the little area just at the entrance to the tunnels all ballasted in. And I've never done ballast before, and I really made quite a mess of it. I was having a time with it. I was getting it everywhere. I was trying to use a spoon. I tried making a little funnel, but I was using way too much, as I think, as I was doing. It seemed to go better on the exit side on the other end than when I first started. But I just vacuumed up what I blew all over the place. Used my vacuum and a pair of pantyhose, pulled it right off the layout so I could use that again as we go down the way. So the other thing I think we could talk about, which might be nice, is those tunnel liners. So I 3D printed those, but being plastic, it's really hard to get something to look really good when you're painting plastic and you want it to look like rock and stuff. It's a difficult thing. So one of the things I've seen on the YouTube videos, I see a lot of people using hydrocal doing these plaster casts for tunnel portals, rocks, and everything else, and they're using a quick wash. And that's really the kind of look I was trying to get with my tunnel portals and liners. But being plastic, I couldn't quite get there. I had to keep wiping it back off. So I came up with that idea of I took some plaster, made a fairly thin wash to use a paintbrush, and I did a couple coats and let it dry, a couple coats and let it dry. So now I've got a layer of plaster on the inside of my portal. Then I was able to wet it and do a wet wash and go ahead and use acrylic wash then. So let me go pull those off of the layout and give you a look at those. I think that worked out pretty well.
Yeah, would you give me a hand with the temperatures for the printer? Okay.
So the printer, somebody was asking about the temperatures on that. So I'm just printing in plain PLA, and what I find for my particular one, I have the Ender 5 Plus, and yeah, it's an old technology printer, but it seems to do pretty good. I printed a lot of stuff. The hot end, I usually run at 220 for the PLA, and I keep the bed temperature at 70, and that's all in Fahrenheit. You'll see on the one view out there, you'll see a big gray building. That is the flour mill I'm currently working on, and I printed it all on this printer. And I think it's coming out pretty well.
Hello, Dwight. Welcome. ones was the last comment.
Hey Dwight, how you doing? So I went ahead and pulled the tunnel liner out. So this is what it looks, the outside's 3D printed, but the inside, if you look at it, so I've taken and used a series of, started with a light wash, and I did a thin layer of plaster on this, so it really looks like bored through rock now to me. The other thing I did was I took and I dry brushed so it looks like soot, catching all the high points that are facing upward. So I think it's a pretty good effect when you got the portal around it. And for the Northern California area that we're going for, it looks like a lot of that because you see a lot of lighter colored dirt out that way. It's not like you find out in some areas like Pennsylvania and some of the East Coast places that are much darker because of all the glacial silt that's there. But yeah, I think these came out pretty well. And I was really happy that I found this on Thingiverse. These were a long, long print. I think it took like 28 hours total to print these. I slowed the printer way down too because I wanted to make sure that I got good detail on it. But I think they come out pretty nice. I also think it was good practice for me because this mountain that we're making over here, I'm going to do some plaster rocks as well in some places, particularly that big rock face to the front that's facing the one portal on that side. So I'm thinking that I'm gonna cut into that a little bit, and I want to put some plaster cast rocks on there, and then I can use the same acrylic wash method on there. It seems to work pretty good. It just go from light to dark. And it comes out pretty nice. I was pretty happy with it. I feel like I invented a whole new method here. how to make printed plastic look like rock. And when I first started doing this, I was trying to paint this to make it look this way, and it was just horrible. And I did also on the Thingiverse, and I was thinking about this, was I found a 3D print that is basically a mold that you can use to make silicone molds for plaster rock, so you could reuse it over and over. So I thought that might be an interesting one to print out and try out. How about come on? Good. Yeah, can I see it?
Yeah.
Or are you gonna hoard it?
Nope, it's on my hand.
Roxy pulled our print off, but she wouldn't show it to me. So here's the ballasting tool. It's got the holes in the bottom, slanted bottom, so it goes towards the holes. It's got the rails on either side. So it looks like you can dump here and you dump on the sides. Just put it up on the rails, run it back and forth. So this might be a little neater than the mess I made with a spoon. So I'm looking forward to trying this out. These 3D printers are just a game changer.
Trackside Mike, welcome.
Hey Mike, how you doing? Hey, thanks, Mon. I was really happy how these came out. I spent a lot of time doing them and doing them and doing them and redoing them. So I finally got something I was fairly satisfied with. Oh, this printed really well. Layer height and everything on it's pretty good. Yeah, see here, it fits on the rails real well. Nice. So when I was doing the balancing, I found that if I put less, once you start using the brush on one end and kind of getting them off the ties and moving it around, you're working more and more along the line, and it fills in. It seemed to work a lot better. I started out just filling it and then using a big brush to brush it down, and it was a huge mess. All right, I'm going to go pop this tunnel liner back in place. Everything just goes to hell if you don't match it.
The layout's coming along great. We just did the mountain, got the basic shape down. We're looking forward to getting into all the plaster. Thanks, Mike.
I think we're okay. Well, there you are. You get a crowd in here and all hell breaks loose on the wheels. Locos coming apart, tipping over. You know, last week we ran for 7, 8 hours without any issues at all. This week it's one thing after another. I think it's because I got a microphone now. I got to talk to people. So also I was going to share the tunnel portals. So these are 3D printed as well. And this one I didn't do any kind of a wash, but I just painted with the acrylics. I used a brush, I used a sponge. I think they come out pretty good. They'll get a little bit of weathering and dirtying once we install them. But I think they look pretty good and they'll fit in with the theme of everything real well. Most of the scenery we do, being Northern California, it's going to have a lot more dry, brown-looking grass. A lot of the rock around there is lighter colors, so it's going to look good. I think you're right. It's all the tools. But ain't nothing like a little excitement when you're running trains, huh? So I'm going to have to figure out what to do about that one box cord. I'm not sure why the hole's not cooperating.
So the screw is loose.
Well, the screw doesn't seem like it would screw in, so I said, turn it, it's not going in. So I got the tap, ran the tap through it, went ahead and pre-thread it, and now it just goes in and bottoms right out. It won't get tight or anything. It's like it's stripped out or something.
So we'll have to find us a bigger screw.
I know this layout here is DC. So I have 3 different transformers in there, and all 3 lines have been segregated. However, even using the 3, if I'm one train, I can run it from the outside loop, come around to the middle loop, and all the way to the inside loop, all using all three of those. It takes a little coordination, but I can run a train across all three lines. I did, when I built this, I wired it so we could go DCC eventually. But, a lot of the DCC stuff is pretty expensive, and I'd rather at this time be spending the money on building the layout itself, getting the scenery done, getting some more rolling stock and that kind of thing. And then down the road, I'll go ahead and spring for a DCC system and start putting in some controllers in there, because I know you can get those fairly cheap. So I think that's just the way to go for me. I'm an older retired guy. I got to watch my budget. Hey, Highland Falls, thanks for joining us and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Hope we'll see you again, huh? Yeah, it's one thing that I found building this railroad is budgeting has been really important. Oh, we're located. We're in Illinois. We're in the center of the country right now. If we're going to be able to get this all put back together. I think I might have to hot glue this into place. Could be just a dab over the top here will do it. So it went down. It looks like it kind of broke the little edges of the tabs. And it looks like when they put this on there, or they place it on there, it looks like they just kind of melted it over just a little bit to hold it in place. And unfortunately, the dive, you see how it's got the little bit of a protrudence right here? Yeah, it broke it off on this side. That's really unfortunate. Got a couple scuff marks on it. It's bound to happen. So I think I'm going to need to make some changes along the edges there. The track's just too close to the edge. I can imagine you could do that because that would wrap the plastic, kind of soften it up when it goes in there. I think that might work pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to see if I can get a hold of some nail polish, and I'll give that a try. So I thought, I've had some trains, because I buy a lot of used stock, and I've had a lot of them where you'll take the body off and you look at the screw on there for the truck, and they got the screw coming up through with a nut on the inside. which I see, could work. You could double nut to hold it in place so it doesn't loosen up on you, and it'll keep it from going too tight. But it makes it harder to work on things. You got to keep taking them apart. I really dislike pulling the bodies off these because I'm I'm not particularly gentle. I don't want to be breaking stuff if I can help it. But that poor local, that'll be the next project, I guess. That and this doggone boxcar. I'm disappointed in that. But they say they're used kits, they're old kits, they're cheap enough. I'm sure you're going to run into problems every now and then. But I do got a bunch of other rolling stock that I need to get working on. Uh-oh, Dave was talking about me, huh? I enjoy his channel quite a bit. Yeah, gluing a nut inside the wagon's a good idea too, man. Yeah, Dave Scott, I used to be one of his patrons back when he first started off. So I cut all extraneous costs so I could build my own layout. But he's an enjoyable guy to listen to. So we should share, a lot of these folks that are on here, they all got their own channels and layouts. We should share some links. Okay. It's like Mon, we're watching Mon all the time. He's got 50 million layouts that he's working on all the time. Some great stuff. And I love watching the repair of these old triangles. I mean, just really nice looking logos. It amazes me to get them going. It could be maybe I'm just not quite as patient doing the small fiddly things I really struggle with. Of course, my eyesight's not as good as it used to be either. Oh, so you live up there in Canada, uh, close to Dave. That's good. He's a he's a fun guy to listen to. I enjoy his videos. I'm gonna have Roxy go ahead and put up a few links so you folks can work on finding each other. Some good stuff out there. Go Canada. I've been to Canada a bunch of times, mostly on the west, up to British Columbia. We moved here to Illinois from up in the Pacific Northwest. We lived up north of the Seattle area, and beautiful country up there. But we go up to Vancouver, Vancouver Island. I've been up in there fishing a lot, so it's beautiful. Went up to the Calgary Stampede one time. That was great. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a little far for me to go to, but it sure sounds like a good time. Somebody needs to do something like that closer to home for me, I think. There we go. Yeah, Trackside Mike. We watch him all the time. Got a really good channel.
Gabriel, it's okay.
We've had just enough problems on the layout running trains. I'm getting a little jumpy, I think. I just ran in there. I thought I heard something. Everything's running just fine. So we're talking about the 3D printing. 3D printing for layout. I really think 3D printers are really a game changer. You can see on the one video here. Let me pull that one up. So Roxy's gonna hit the. No, no, that's the printer. I want to see the one where you can see the new flower mill. So you can see that big gray building right there. It's a model of a flour mill that I've been printing on this printer. It's 3 stories tall, so I got a pretty good footprint on there. For this Ender 5, you can print some pretty big things. I printed that grain tower. You see the silos in the back there. But that is to me the benefit of having a 3D printer is I can look at an area and say, okay, I want something this size, and I can look on the line, and there's several sites you can go to get files. Uh, People have already designed and they're sharing a lot of these buildings, just about everything you can need. And of course, Roxy, she's been learning how to do the design side of it. She made the car that we use in the gondola to hold the camera so that we can drive around looking over the top of the locomotive running down our layout. So she designed that. We printed it. And it was pretty good. So I really think 3D printers are a good thing. And we've taken in, we've got our 500 subscriber giveaway coming up at the end of the month. And hopefully you all will get in there and enter. But we printed up a bunch of stuff in HO and in scale that somebody's going to be lucky to have and be able to put it out on their layout. They could go ahead and assemble them and paint them up and lay them out on the layout. That'll be pretty good. So if you're not entered into the contest, you really should consider it. Yeah, Spark pretty good layout. Yeah, I wish that whole thing was closer. I'd definitely be going to that meet and greet because a lot of guys involved in that I watch on YouTube. It'd be fun to meet them in person. Hey, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I was surprised. When I started this channel, I thought, maybe my brothers and sisters would get on here and watch my videos once in a while, or maybe a couple of my friends. But I figured that's about it. I've been really surprised how supportive people are, and how many people keep coming back to watch whatever we're doing. And it's funny because Roxy and I we're absolutely no kind of expert on model railroading at all. So this is something we're just learning, and we're just sharing what we've learned, and sharing what we're doing, and figuring out. So it's sure been a lot of fun, and it's really a great activity that Roxy and I have been able to share together and spend time together, which is really good because over the years, I've worked a lot. We lived overseas for a lot of years, so we didn't get to spend a lot of time when they were adults. Uh, so this has been just a wonderful thing for us. And hopefully when I'm long gone, Roxy will just keep it going. Yeah, I'm super jumpy here. I keep hearing things. I had to go open the monitor and check out the trains running to make sure everything's running okay. Sitting back here where I'm at, we're kind of behind the layout, the wall that I'm facing right here. Right on the other side is the mountain. So when the trains are running from here, I can't see what's going on at all. So I just listen and I can watch the feed. I see the same thing you guys see. But tonight has been a little different for running trains. We've had quite a few little incidences. Yeah, you've been with us all along here, Juan, and we really appreciate that too. You've given us some pretty good advice, some pretty good insights on a few things we're working on. Yeah, it's trial and error. It's really pretty much what we're doing too. I spend a lot of time researching and trying to understand different methods for doing things, and then I grab onto what I think looks good. It's like the Medline Falls uh, Railroad. They He did a series on painting backdrops, and it just resonated with me. So I used his method to paint this backdrop. And I've seen several other guys that I follow do the same thing, and it comes out really well. I use YouTube a lot, and I've learned a lot from a lot of different YouTubers. But as we're going forward on doing things, I'm going to show you what works well and what doesn't work so well. The backdrop was kind of a funny thing. I was really nervous about painting it because I'm not an artistic kind of guy. Growing up, I couldn't draw anything, but I assumed that I just went under the assumption that as I was painting it, if I didn't like it, I got a whole gallon of this blue paint. I'll just paint over everything again, and I'll try something else. So I don't think there's anything wrong with trying and failing, but as long as you learn, as long as you learn something from that failure, I think that's what's important. Yeah, yeah, Bon, you have given me some good advice. I'm looking forward to trying this ballast tool. This looks like it might. I've seen some for sale, from some of the big companies out there online, and I've wondered about it. But shoot, this I think this cost me like 50 cents or less to print. So if it works well, I think this will be good. All right, folks. Well, we're not doing tons of printing tonight. Roxy's pretty tired. She's had her mother-in-law's been out visiting all week. They were up pretty late last night and had to get up really early to take her to St. Louis to hop on a flight home. So I don't think we're going to run a whole lot longer here. Uh, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, let the trains run, and we'll be back in just a few minutes here. Well, there you go. I just threw caution to the wind. Had to run upstairs for a quick break. Roxy's out back talking to her mom. So nobody's down here watching the trains. I think we lucked out. So I think it was a good call. Everybody suggesting that we be a little more interactive with our live broadcasts. Uh, for me, it's hard to be thinking of talking all the time to people, but I'm finding this much easier than trying to type. My typing is terrible. I mistype things all the time, constantly hitting the caps key, the caps lock, so I end up yelling at you guys all the time. And the other problem is I have to look down where I'm typing, and in the meantime, you guys are going to town on it. It's just flying by. I miss things all the time. So it's I think this is a pretty good deal. I think we're going to continue doing this Sunday nights. It's fun to meet up with you guys and share it all with you. Yeah, Mom, it's a good thing somebody is watching. Trains could have gone wild on me. I can show you a little bit of our layout up here, our setup. So I think here, let me loosen that up a little bit. Hard to show the angle here. Okay. So this is the basement area that we're doing everything at. So I have this long table set up down here. So I have the monitor up here. This is where I watch the live feeds all the time. And I do a lot of work down here as well, and it gets to be a bit of a mess. But then I have my workbench. And the workbench, I built this when I was doing all the bench work. This got everything laid out here. And then we have everything. I try to stay as organized as I can. And then from the workbench, come around. And there's the 3D printer sitting right here too. And the dogs. I think he just showed up. My wife Jerry showed up just to see if we might want to eat. She brought her dogs down to enjoy the layout too. Yeah, this is the first house I've ever owned that had a basement, and I got to tell you, this is just a really great workspace. It stays nice and comfortable in the winter and in the summer. Uh, so it's nice to have an area where I can do this kind of work. I'm out of the weather and out of any kind of heat and cold, and it just works really well. So at the far end of the basement, I have a miter saw and a table saw set up. Way back on the other end, I use I have exercise equipment over there. I set up on this closer end. I've set up a airbrush station. I'm going to build a spray booth, so I have a box that I'm using now to help dry it. It has fans on the top that blows air and circulates around inside the box, so it dries my paints real quick. But I'm thinking I'm going to reverse the polarity on those motors, put a hood on it, and I could use it and turn it into a spray booth so I can exhaust the fumes and everything out of the basement through the window like we do with the dryer vent. Yeah, yeah, Art. I can imagine that. If I was looking at this, I'd be envious too. Like I said, I've never had a house with a basement. Usually I get a small section of the garage because my wife's car always has to be parked in the garage. That's her baby. But I usually get a small spot in the garage and I got to put all my power tools and everything. And it's a little crowded. I'm trying to think if I got another rolling stock I can work on. Well, let me go into the layout. I've got some rolling stock sitting in there that I might be able to work on some of those and get them working here.
Trains.
What's that?
Those are trains.
This one, it's the last one. That was take a look at all these. Okay, tell me when could I move the camera?
The workbench.
Yeah.
Okay. Towards the backdrop. Forward. And then down.
So I want to work in this space right here.
You're just a tap.
Down?
Yeah. Yep. Right there.
All right, so we're sitting there doing nothing. I thought, hey, I got some rolling stock sitting in there, and I need to check the couplers because I had issues with them. I just hadn't gotten to it. So we'll go ahead and take a look at some of these and see if we can get some more of these. Get some more of these running. So this was a nice one. I like this one here. Santa Fe Express. And I like it's a different color too. Kind of a good deal. Then we get this. We're gonna check the coupler heights. Help if I get my coupler tool out too. That height's pretty good. So I think the story of this one, I don't know what brand of couplers these are, but they didn't seem like they worked all that great. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change these couplers out for the 148s I have. So that means we're going to have to pull off. See, pull off the trucks. So they have a different coupler box on this one. So this is one of the ones where you got the box and a lid that goes on it. You want a screw, or you can put screws on either side. This probably has the metal piece in the middle that helps make it move back and forth, bounce like that. See, that's of course it's a Phillips. So it's like a whisker, but it's all plastic. And this whole end's all plastic, so I'm going to swap these out. We're going to go with the 148s again. So these 148s come with the coupler box boxes too. So I'm thinking I might be better off. Just using their coupler box. See how I can figure out how they go together. And just sit together like that. Okay. Let's drop in a whisker coupler. Screws on top. Yeah, I don't think the shank's long enough for this. I need a longer shank for this one. What I got here? These are all short shanks here. Let's see if I get something else here. It looks like the same type I just took off. I think I'm going to need a longer shank, so I might as well just put the same one back on. Oh, shoot. See you, Vaughn. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's completely wrong. Stuff's not so easy to do. that's why it's not working. All right, I got the lid upside down. That doesn't help.
No, it doesn't.
Come on, Roxy, you're supposed to tell me these things. So it goes in. Like so. This goes in like so. Well, that, boys and girls, is how you work on companies when you don't know what the heck you're doing. That's the check. Like this one here, I just need to change the wheels on. Okay, set that over there. I think we got a candidate that just needs some metal wheels, I think, is all this one was waiting on. Let's see. That's gonna be good on this too. we go. Metal wheels on this one. Trip pin a little bit. That's pretty good. Let's see. Trip pin pliers. Keep wanting to use these things upside down. There we go. So this one's missing the little catwalk. So I'm going to have to look around, see if I can find a file and 3D print a new one. Put on there. Just so we know. All right, let's go put these on the layout. See what happened here. It takes a little more work. Certainly the trucks didn't quite right, I think. Yeah, the trucks didn't seem quite right on that one. There's another one. Change the wheels out. This one, the couplers look good, okay on this one, but we want to change the wheels out on these. Yeah, they operate pretty good. Is there a problem, Roxy?
Is that?
Do we have a problem?
Nope, I'm just working the thing.
Okay. Roxy ran into the layout. I thought something happened. Didn't do that one correctly, did I? Like I said, I want to make sure that because these have the isolation on the wheels, so I want to make sure that the are opposites. So if I in the future I ever decide I want to put an in the train light in here, I'd be able to do that. This works good. Even with a tray, I'm losing things. That's a little low, I think. Yeah, I need to get a washer on here. So probably another 10,000 washer, I'm thinking. So these washers, you pick them up, they're actually pretty pretty cheap, considering how much they usually want for model railroad stuff. But you get one of these package. This is a number 209 gray insulating fiber, and the doggone thing is you get $3.44 for a package. But they had have like 40 of them in there. This car's a little different. Doesn't have that little peg on there that you set the truck onto. It's just flat. So it's a little tough to make sure you're getting that doggone washer in there. Yeah, I think there's a reason the world has gone away from slotted screws. Yeah, that looks good. Trip the main plier again. Perfect. Good height. Check this side. The thin wire. That's perfect height. I think whoever had this one before, I think they glued this whole thing together. So there's no way to get to, then just slide this thing right on. Perfect. It feels like it needs some weight. It's feeling pretty light. That could use a spot of glue too. So let's go ahead and get a weight on the card. Here, this is 2.7 ounces for our guide. And for here, so we're about 3 3/4 of an inch. So 2.87. It says 2.7. Yeah, it says it's right. Of course, sure feels light, huh? So this one should be good to go. Another Frisco. I think I'll glue that real quick. And then everything will be good on that one. And once again, this is the glue that takes forever to get it out of there. Not sure why that is. There we go. A little spot on both ends, looks like. All right, let's see if I can sneak this one on there real quick. Yeah, it's a good looking boxcar. Whoever had it did a good job weathering it out. It looks like it's been running through the California area. Dusty, gritty. This kind of stuff you used to see. Let's go see how we're doing. Hey, thanks for joining us, Peter. Once again, you're there like clockwork. I really appreciate you hanging out with us. Aloha, my friend. Good. Put another one on. Once you jump up there, you take off. So we'll have to replace these wheels. This one needs covers.
Should you move this way?
Goes like that. Set that to the side. This side and then we're going to work on. Oh, maybe I don't. What you just left. Other side. Where's Eugene? Hi, Eugene.
Hi, Eugene. Welcome.
Back to you.
Come on, take speak through here.
Oh, I see what you did here. I just now realized this is the one picture of the workbench scene. I just got myself out of the rest.
See you next time, Peter. Thanks for joining us.
He's such a perfect. Roxy, tell me about your experience at Mall Railroad. What did you learn?
Certainly.
So you knew nothing about Mall Railroad. Neither did I.
I also knew nothing about making pictures.
So yeah, that's the thing, Roxy. Is this whole deal, I knew nothing about it. Knew nothing about it, but we did a lot of research. We've done a lot of reading. Done a lot of watching YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of reading.
So just about every facet of this, trying to figure it out. We just go ahead and do some YouTube search, and we also go on just Google and type in what do you want to know, and find a ton of stuff that really helps us as things.
Yeah, there are so many ideas out there, and we've almost tried them all.
Yeah. But I think we're finding our groove here. And it's truly been a good time. Good time doing this together, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Spend time together. Your family may miss you. Unfortunately, Roxy has a husband that he understands the importance of us spending time together, and he's willing to handle the kids and take care of the other household stuff while we're down here playing.
So how different at this point is the layout from the way you thought it was going to be at the beginning, the first plan?
So, yeah. So layout is way different from when I first planned it. If you look at the way it's set, that peninsula in the middle, that you see the gray building and the other building right there, that peninsula, 8 foot by 4 foot, was my layout. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
So I set up some track on there, ran it around in just kind of an oval loop. After a while, it was like, okay, well, this is fun, but it'd be fun to do more.
Yeah.
So I did a lot of reading about dog bones and stuff. So I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe I could do that. So I started designing the track, and I realized I've got more than enough room to be able to just do a continuous all the way around. So I started planning that out, and started out all one level going. Is what I wanted to do. And after I got going, I realized that, well, I want to have some different hills. I don't want just everything flat. So we decided to go ahead and do a split on the deck, drop one side down, and raise the other side up.
It's come out so cool.
Yeah. So the design of this layout, it doesn't have a lot of switching, but I really enjoy just getting the trains in London run.
Yeah.
You know, I could see if like you were a DCC guy, I could see having a switching layout because you could just run back and forth all up and down, just sitting right there.
Oh yeah, delivering cars.
Yeah, yeah. So I could see the appeal of that. But I think for a DC layout, it's a little more difficult to do that. You got one whole line that you're going to take the whole line up, doing a little bit of switching over there. This way I got trains that are just going to run all the time.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility we've talked about doing a yard. We want to do a yard here on the back side from where our mountain is. We go on the other side, and we can come out through the corners, and we could make a big yard back here and sit back here and do all kinds of switching.
Where the trains can fully leave the layout.
Exactly.
Plus we
So that's kind of a future expansion that we're thinking about. You know? And it plus it double as a storage yard.
Yeah. So every train show we go to, we're doing more cars.
Well, yeah, I'm just slowly but surely spending your inheritance.
Well, it's been practical.
So I was up at the Mainline Hobbies in Springfield the other day, and the guy gave me this card, and there's going to be a train show coming up in October, on October the 19th, and it's at the Sherman Scale Train Show. It's at the Athletic Club up there. It's just right there in the northeastern Springfield area.
I don't know much about what Sherman Scale is. What is it?
Well, Sherman is the name of the town.
Oh.
Okay, so here it is, First Street, Sherman, Illinois, which is kind of a suburb of Springfield, is the northeast area. And it's actually just a little bit north of where Mainline Hobbies is.
Oh, okay.
It's not too far from there. So that's October the 19th. So what's interesting in this one, it's got a deal on there that says, hey, there's no toys and collectibles. This is trains only. Train stuff. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if my train's pretty collectible.
Yeah. It says no toys or collectibles. So it's going to be a little different. The last show I went up to in Springfield had a lot of collectible stuff. I mean, tons and tons and tons.
Oh yeah, there's so much to sit there.
Yeah. But this one here, it looks like this is going to be all locomotives and cars, pretty much. So it might be kind of fun.
It also looks like we could do some rail painting there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on up in Springfield.
Yeah.
We definitely make a day of it.
That sounds like good.
Hi, Jim.
Thank you. Welcome.
We've just been hanging out. We already finished up our 3D printing for the day. So we're just kind of hanging out, and we've been working on some boxcars and fixing some rolling stock. And yeah, just kind of chilling out. Now we're just chatting. So this live here, we just got a new microphone and picked up an extra webcam so that we could actually set up to be able to talk to folks as they come in, because I'm so horrible at typing. I got to look at what I'm doing, and the chat just passes me by because it takes me so long. So it's much better. I can look at what's being typed. I can talk about it. So, well, thanks for that. I appreciate that, Jim. And we've been working pretty hard for about a year on this layout. We just started getting into the scenery. This mountain's the current project that we're working on. Definitely been a lot of fun though. A learning experience.
Well, not only did you learn about a rail, you also learned to 3D print.
Yeah. And it's kind of that's what's so interesting about this hobby. There's so many different aspects of it. So, we not only had to learn how do you lay flex track and how do you lay the cork, we had to work that all out. And we've laid a lot of it, so I think we've gotten fairly good at it. And the trains run really good, so I think the track was pretty good. But then we also had to figure out the wiring. How do we lay our bus lines? How do we do the feeder lines? We built a swing bridge on this, and we figured out how to power the swing bridge and put a kill on it so that when you open the swing bridge, if a train's coming, it stops. Yeah, this is all HO scale. N scale is a little small for these old eyes. Yes, and the other aspect, we learned to 3D print. So we've been 3D printing all of the buildings and stuff that's going on here. Now that truss bridge right there was a Walters kit. But everything else up here is stuff that we scratch built in 3D printing. There's going to be a lot of that. Yeah, it's a nice bridge kit. Now this gray building you see here, that's a flour mill, and I've been currently working on 3D printing that. It takes a lot of parts and pieces. All the end air intakes are a bunch of different pieces. The main body's all done in one piece. Smokestack that was a challenge in itself. We printed that last week, and it's like 7¼ inches tall, but it's only about an inch and a quarter in diameter. So it's being printed on the print bed straight up like that. We didn't know if it would go all the way through and print the whole thing or knock it over halfway through. We managed to get it printed pretty well. Yeah. These are nice. Just like you're talking about those rolling bridges. Just like the bridge back where we used to live, running across the river, they had one of these. Yeah, it's definitely changed the hobby. You know, I saw 3D printing years and years and years ago. I took a tour of the Boeing facility in St. Louis, and they had a 3D printer in this building that they're using it to mock up parts for fighter aircraft, so they could print these parts and fit them and see if they fit correctly and would work correctly. And it saved them money because otherwise they used to have to take and machine all these parts out of aluminum and stuff. So now they can just do a file real quick, take the design, turn it into an STL, make it a G code, and print away. And I was just blown away by that thing. It was at that time it was millions of dollars for a 3D printer, and the only people that had them were these people like home. You know, here I am, 20 years later, sitting in my basement. I got my own 3D printer doing stuff. I do. The world is moving fast.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of the aerospace companies are doing that now. And it just makes good sense. It takes a long time to machine out parts and get them correct. This way they can whip something out real fast, just test it. Okay, yeah, you just got to fix that or that. Turn around, another print. Yep, okay, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the printer we use is a Creality. It's an Ender 5 Plus. And I picked up this one in particular because of the large build volume. So on the back corner of the layout, I have a 3D printed grain silo, which was pretty tall. So it was all printed on that. So the tower part is two sections, but the silo part is all one piece. So the Ender 5 Plus can print pretty large scale stuff. The flour though, the body of the main part of it is all one piece, and it's 3 stories tall. It's Yeah, the printer took me a long time to really dial it in and figure it out, but it prints pretty reliably. And one of the things that really helped with it was getting a dryer for the film. It's made a big difference, and it made it much more reliable. Yeah, I've only had to change that printhead one time on it. I got a really bad clog. I couldn't even get the nozzle off it, and it was a mess. So I opted to just go ahead and toss it and put another one right back on, same one, just a stock hot end. And I put I don't know what you call this, the blue Capricorn tube, and that helped a little bit too. Yeah, one of the things I'd like to learn how to design stuff myself. I know a lot of guys are using Tinkercad, and Roxy has used it to design things for us. She made the design for the camera car that we used, and that came out pretty good. But I just haven't taken the time to learn yet. But one of these days I'm going to have to.
Well, that's actually good to do camera cars fit for a shuttle.
Yeah, I think we got the height, and I can always put the photo up a little bit higher.
Yeah.
So we probably should put that camera car on there and just push it up before I set it.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool to check out. If it doesn't make it too crowded.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed on those portals is where they start to arch. It's a double track, but where we got the two lines side by side, I mean, it just barely squeaks by. And if some cars just a hair larger, it'll hit. So I think what will help that is if we take it, we raise the portal just a little bit where we're going to put it in permanent. If it's just a quarter inch, not even of height, it puts it up just high enough that I think any car is going to put through there okay.
Yeah, the tunnel liners don't limit us, so
Yeah.
it's just how it is. I like that wall you printed.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, we're going to put a whole bunch more of that.
Biggest about the conversion range.
That's always good. I'm starting to wonder what happened to 7%.
That's a long time. So, yes, this is a regular stream. We stream every Sunday at about 4 o'clock in the evening, Central Time. Not yet. I will be 3D printing, working on the layout, doing all the sorts of great stuff every week on Sundays.
Yeah, it seems one of our cameras that froze up. Not sure what the problem is there. Yeah, Jim, it'd be great to have you back with us next week on Sunday. We usually do live streams. We start at 4 o'clock, and we usually run anywhere from four. We've gone as long as 8 hours. Yeah, we've been documenting this build from the very start when we first started building benchmark. And if you go over to our channel and start looking back, you can watch the whole thing come together. Watch all the mistakes we made. It was a bloodbath. But but I'm with you. I'm always looking on YouTube, and I'm always looking for guys that are either been doing it a long time and they've documented everything, or they're just starting a build. So I really like to see what other people are doing and how they're figuring out things. Well, we started this one in July of last year, and up till then, I knew nothing about model railroads at all. Not at all. My dad, he got me going because he had a small layout he put together of HO, and he was 88 and decided that it was just too small for him. So he went to ODH, and he turned around and gave me this HO set that he had. So that's when I came home and I built the 4x table and set up an oval on it. Ran it for a while, and then decided, oh, you know what, I want to do something more. So I started out, I was going to do a dog bone, and it just kind of went from there. I realized I had the space, might as well make it all the way around continuous loops. So it's definitely been a learning experience and been a lot of fun. And I've got Dad, he passed away just last year in December, and I have his O-Gate stuff. We just sold his house recently, and I took apart his layout, and I'm going to rebuild it down here in the basement and get that ready as well. Yeah, it was a sad day. He was really having a lot of fun following along and coming down here and running trains with me and stuff. But it's a fact of life. Eventually everybody's got to face it. He was a good man, though. Yeah, Jim, this layout, it's 15 foot across at the top of the peninsula area, and it travels down 16 foot back down. So, 16, 32, it's about 65 foot all the way around.
We laid down 3 continuous loops of track.
Yeah, condolences, Jim. It's a hard pill to swallow. Now, our mom, she just passed away about a week ago, but she's been in poor health for quite some time. So took some comfort in that she's not suffering anymore. But always a strange thing. All of a sudden they're both gone. You get that other camera back there. Wonder what happened. Let me check the camera.
left it. We'll bring it, but we'll look it. Jim had a question about our.
Yeah, we have three separated lines run by three DC controllers. And when we wired this, we went ahead and wired it for DCC. I think in the future. But yeah, it's just that DCC is a little expensive for a retired guy at this time. So I would rather spend the money on building the layout, getting the scenery done. But when it wired up the way it is, I can transition to a DCC setup down the road. Go ahead and get a controller, and then I could be converting my DC locomotives over. Dave, he's got a lot of video on there. He's a master at putting decoders in DC locos. Well, hey, folks, we've hit 4 hours right now. Roxy's tired out today. So she's gonna head on, and we're gonna go ahead and shut off the live for now. But we'll be back here again next week on Sunday, 4 o'clock. It'll be minimum 4 hours, could be as long as 8 hours. So it's hard to say. Depends on what we're printing that day. So we've done some long prints and put the whole thing on there and ran the live until we were finished. So been just great hanging out with everybody, and I'm really glad that we picked up the mic and set up this other webcam for the desktop to work on the workbench. I think it's a worthwhile deal. It's been a heck of a lot more fun for us. I hope it's been enjoyable for all of you. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate that.
Well, in the meantime,
Yeah. But until next week, in the meantime, you guys have a good time running your trains, working on your layouts, and we'll see you back here next week. Getting back on track with Steve live.
bye guys.
Thanks, Garzad. Good night, Jim. Good night, all.